Going live. Could actually put it on blue sky. I have a better way to do this than going through all these steps. Like, oh, what are you doing? I'm going to be live. What are you going to be live? Oh my god. Bluecast? What, does Blue Sky have a streaming function now? Whatever. Alright. What you up to, baby?
What's in my headstone?
Headstone. Sorrowful. Worked out pretty well. I have enough to do this, but I can start. There we go. Good more? No. That might be enough, though. Or it might be one shy, just to really cheese me out. Yep! That's annoying. There we go. Eh, whatever. Okay. Hey, Spritzy. Painting upon me? Oh. Not realize what we were talking about there for a second. Let's save. Vegan. Cross necklace. Okay. Something. Oh, so I've learned some things in my dilly-dallying about in journey mode regarding ways to get more snow and ice. Underground continues to be the winner on this game. Which I get, but also, make an ice biome underground. Then, snow slimes and stuff can show up, so that's one way to advance things. But at this point, I don't know if underground ice is even useful to us. What we're really doing is waiting for the jungle to spread and give us more stuff. It's tedious. Maybe get another one of those and spread it. Place it our way. So I'm sorry if my computer is anything weird. It's been kind of in a mood lately. I don't know what's going on. Love that. tried to not kill that worm, but alas. Yeah, I mean, we built it out a bit. It's very scary down there. Like, the bees are not on. Case in point, I'm already almost dead, so that's cool. If I'm like, huh, I wonder if I missed a tier equipment. Oops. A lot of what we need from the jungle is hard to hey, spores, look at that. Those are also quite rare right now. Would fertilizer work? I honestly have no idea if fertilizer would make it. Jungle grass seeds would spread the grass, frankly, we know that. We can keep getting chlorophyte from our chlorophyte here. Try to leave some of it so it seeds and grows, but... I also don't have any more mud, so that kind of limits what I can do. So. Because upon entering hard mode, materials became a bit more of a premium. Because stone and dirt both got less common, so even the shimmer's only so helpful. Like, we get a little bit at a time, but it's kind of a slog. We can't do much just now. I mean, we can fight stuff, we can get a bunch of different parts, but... we need the background stuff to grow too, so we can gather certain things. So I think right now it's just a waiting game. It's a bit annoying. A bit annoying. I feel like Skyblock has had a lot of waiting. I think of what else we can do. I mean, there's the Eternia Crystal has another phase now before Plantera. Supposedly Plantera's bulb will spawn at some point, but I haven't seen it yet. Not that I know if we're particularly ready for that, but... yeah. Kind of where the game's at right now. Throw stuck new? Hey. No? Huh. Horrified arrows. Oh, there we are. We can make one piece of glorified armor. Now, there is a melee gear, and that would probably help.
Hey,
What? It would double my helmet defense by itself. Wow. Thank you. Yeah, it looks like chlorophyte's what we're looking for. It's just, that's a slog right now, but alright. It's also turtle armor if I want to go full melee, but that is, I mean, I am basically melee. It just makes me... Oh, I can build, yeah. If I have stone. I know what I want to build. Marble. Iffy on marble. I'd have to think about it. There's some stone. I don't have to really...
grind for it.
Okay, I'll go expand our nightmarish jungle health. Okay. Okay, let's go expand our nightmarish jungle hell with our 500 blocks, then we'll... NPC satisfaction? I mean, we usually end up doing that, yeah. She likes making them little personalized houses and stuff. I like building in general. It's just harder when you don't have that much material to work with. You know? Thank you. Like, I can get a lot of wood, but if I want to get like fancy furniture or something, I got to start really reworking some areas. So it's a grind. It's just a grind. No matter what you want to do on this, it's kind of a grind. Which is fine. Like it's a different challenge in itself, and I appreciate what it's going for. It's just tedious right now. Oh, well, look at what you're actually saying. More in a second. The steampunker? Do I even have the steampunker yet? Should. Fuck off. Blood moon. Alright. Right now we're not satisfying anyone, though we can go hunting for the Nautilus or something if you'd like, baby. Up to you. I'm just making extensive jungle. I'm just gonna make an ugly spot over here. I hereby declare this the ugly spot. And if no one wants an ugly spot, then, I don't know, this should have made this less annoying. Because we need ground area. I've built this whole area to try and look natural and real and good, and now I'm just like, alright, I'm over it. I have jungle NPC housing. We have a surface jungle. It's just none of this works for the surface. It's got to be underground for like Plantera bulbs and life fruit and stuff, and that's what we're waiting on right now. We're just waiting on a bunch of shit. I kind of like my overland housing. It's just not my favorite stuff I've ever built, but I'm also trying not to be an utter weird-ass control freak, so I don't mind that. This will spread a little. Okay, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Okay. You see what I'm going for here? Just straight up flat lines, chance for some of this crap to spawn naturally without sucking all of our resources dry. She was harping on me before about it, like, hey, you know, this is really inefficient, but she ain't wrong. Just I like to make it look nice, but we need something to give, so I'm gonna make it a little ugly. For my sanity's sake right now. And we will refine it when we have time and energy and resources. And fucks left to give. You know what I mean? The fucks are a big one. Gotta have fuck. That was a scary time. You should have warned me. I'm sorry. Are you okay? Is that a little jump scare for you? Alright. You look at my screen before you do it or something? No. Okay. I will ruin the land. See how that goes in the future for us. Yeah, the turtles hit, man. The turtles are raw. Yeah, it is straight up spawning platforms. It's just... I like organic builds. It is a beef I've had with several people in like Minecraft and stuff over the years. I like stuff that looks natural. You know? I just do. Good. Nice. Alright, man. You do that. Be some sort of a stair-step thing, so it's easier to navigate without being me. Try to show some consideration for my spouse's carpal tunnel, you know? Not give her repetitive wrist injuries just navigating my bullshit. What a concept. She has the hiccups. Remember, you're not a fish. I'm helping. That's at least something. This expands up a little more. I'll be pretty happy with it. I could, like... really expand it for the future, I guess, and start doing some of this shit, but... yeah, this is nice and annoying. I'm sorry, baby. Love you. I'm sorry you had to get hiccups. Hello, Satan? It does seem like stuff is less likely to grow when you're near it. How's it looking, baby? I will dig through that bottom area once that grass spreads a little bit, but right now it's not doing that for me, so... Haven't. Well, these might end up slightly uneven. Well, that'll irritate people. Have fun. Whatever. 1, 2, 3. And that's the last of my dirt, so who cares? We're off by 1. Yay! Alright. I could just fix it, but I don't really care right now. There we go. No, that's gonna drive her crazy if she ever sees it. I have to fix it. Yeah, you do. I'm sorry.
I bet.
Yeah. Are you a fish? Well, that's good. Because you know what happens to fish? They go swimming in the water. Goodbye, Torch. Yeah, that's nice and annoying, but whatever. So, one of them's one higher than the next. What are you gonna do about it? Fight me? To the death? It'd be easier if I just went on top, wouldn't it? There. At the last of this, I will mourn my dead wife. I miss my wife, Tails. Yo, die. Oh yeah, this is going on. Alright. Let's see what happens. Fishing. Jesus Christ! Aha, your head's too big to fit through the door. Scary ass bitch. Loud ass motherfucker. Anything good?
I'm buckets.
I'm alright. Free drip was tomorrow. Right. I'm gonna go. Guess we're not going to do that. There we go. Floor fight's a rough step to set up, I tell you what. Alright. So I've considered becoming an air pirate. Oh, you're a bitch. Hog to be placed as a material. It's just a block. Yes. Is there a jungle solution for the contaminator?
There's a blue solution for the mushroom.
I know that.
And you spray it with green solution to turn it.
Interesting. That won't work without something growing on it, though, will it? It doesn't really help us right this second either way. Even now, I mean, we could spread normal grass. Well, no, grass doesn't grow on mud, so... Yeah, okay.
Use corruption seeds and purify it.
True. I don't know. Purple solution, red solution, blue solution, green, yellow? Yellow solution's a thing after defeating the Moon Lord. Any idea what that does?
That's a desert.
Oh. Also white solution, probably snow, and brown solution. How fun! She loves the cyborg. I don't have the cyborg. She likes the princess and the painter. I only have the painter. She likes the desert. Interesting. Alright. So be it. Desert's right by home, so that makes a warp kind of useless, but... Oh, I'm sorry Solar's not feeling hot today, bird. Gaz isn't feeling great today either. She's been having the terrors. And just generally doesn't seem to be doing great. I don't know what the K chambers eat for.
It'll be so much better with some dinner.
Are you hungry again? Okay, what do you want? You don't know what you want. That makes it hard. You want our chicken sandwich? Do you want the leftover chicken from last night? Do you want your stuff in a box? Do you want... What's the day? Or just throw chicken wings in the air fryer and we slurp on mic and everyone's like, you're disgusting, and then we just laugh and jerk it? Last night we had makeshift wraps. Okay, do I nuke that, or are you mad about it? Yeah, give me just a minute.
I am dying. I have the hiccups and they won't stop.
Sorry, baby. There's ladybugs if you want some for buffers. What's that free chicken wings up there with the pizza Hut? Want that added to the pile? No. No, with that. No. On it. Yep.
How much platinum do you have?
I have money? Let me look. I presently have 18. Yeah, I know, you're the money queen. You always have been.
Here,
But,
I'm gonna give you a present.
okay. That is a hilarious amount of money.
Oh, and that's not even half of what I...
You gotta go replace the gold pile, baby. Holy crap. I'm sorry, did I just give you an idea? Something you can do. Oh my goodness. Funny. I love you. I got, okay, 20. 20's fine.
But you don't like my gift of 380 platinum?
Oh no, your gift rules, thank you. Thank you very much, madam. I appreciate your offering of love. If there's anything I can do for you, just let me know. What is in that slime? Pink balloons.
That Bailey is throwing a party.
Purple balloons. The slimes are full of balloons. And confetti. Okay, that's new.
Don't you they changed their parties?
Oh, yeah, they changed up a lot of things. I need more wood than this. I have a bunch in storage, but whatever. She likes the desert, but she doesn't really have any feeling about diet traders. It's a weird thing to try and synergize. I like watching the slime just spit confetti everywhere, though. That's fun.
You have desert houses?
What?
What do you even have desert houses?
Hi!
Well,
Look what I'm doing. I wish I had Flink's fur.
you need an underground.
Yes, yes we do. I just really like the new blocks. They have a new Flinks block. It's pretty cool, actually. If you want to make it look like something has carpet, there you go. That's your way.
Do we have ice or snow?
We have snow and ice. Well, we have ice. We don't have any snow. We need to make it underground to farm snow or throw ice into the shimmer to turn it into snow.
We have 4 ice blocks.
That ain't much.
Okay, time to go talk to
Bomb.
bomb guy.
Tom Bombadil.
Name is Best and I mean, he just not selling this.
That's what I was saying. Like when I looked the one time, it wasn't there. I don't know if it's.
Is he not selling them anymore?
He sells them at certain conditions. Maybe it's at night. I don't know. I do not know what makes him sell them. I just know that sometimes he does, and sometimes he doesn't, and I haven't really paid attention to the rhythm and the reason of either. Forgive me, my love, I have failed you. You may poop on me. What? You may poop on me.
I don't want to do that.
Punishment for Sarah.
I don't.
Big, gross, nasty. Ow, ow, ow. Why must this happen to me? Oh, right, it's because I suck.
Why is ow, ow, ow?
You asked me questions.
Anything would be
Ew, ew, ew.
Icky.
My hair's gold is spawn.
Oh, goody. I don't feel remotely adequately prepared for that, but good to know. Girl, what happens, happens, I'm afraid. That's the game. I don't make doors. What is wrong with me? Alright, your food is ready. I need to go get that.
I'm sure there's a way to get rid of planters balls without money.
I don't know, baby. Did I not make a workbench? I could swear I made a workbench. Good lord. Okay. One now. Good chest on that. Aww. My chest on that? Ah. Way too limiting.
Do whips break the bolt?
I don't know. Welcome to the old game. Fuck around and find out. I got no idea. Usually Plantera is something that just kind of happens when it happens and we go with it. I don't know. But basically everything broke her stupid bowl. Hi Limited. Hi Solar with a headache or whatever. I'm sorry you know feels good. I wish you feels better. Yeah, farm me wood, bitch. There you go. Enjoy your covfefe.
Getting out of here. I want a spawner.
Oh. No, the problem is we need a lot of stuff that we can only get there. It's being real stubborn about giving it to us. Shit, my dragonfly spawner. I was collecting them for no good reason. The reason I collect everything. Just cuz. Come here. Why are you running? Make walls. I have the door here. That'll work for purpose. A door by your fucking... I don't like that. I don't want to live that. You know what I mean? Oh, that's a lot of momes. What a substantial quantity of momes. annoying.
You know what they pulled from this game?
They pulled from the game?
Because I looked through all those ocean crates.
Yeah.
There's no mini card anymore.
Oh, they got rid of it, huh?
I think so.
We have to see if we have it on one of our old journey files then. To be fair, Toby is... That's a mild way of putting it. Toby's a sack of shit. Like, he's crazy. Like, if he had the influence of Alex Jones, he'd just kind of be Alex Jones. He's nuts. It's a shame. He used to be very entertaining. Now he's just another guy from my childhood that ended up being really terrible. Kind of like how mom's like, you need more male friends, and all my male friends are... I mean, it's coming between two of them, and both of them are basically involved with some sort of sex crime, so... At least IRL. I mean, Mason knows sex crime, but we don't see Mason much. Does Mason even think we French? I don't know. I don't know anymore. We never see Mason. Mason probably think me dumb. Me no drink, me no pot. Me useless. Me bungy.
Mason don't like us.
No one likes me. Woo. Alright, so these guys are just opening the doors. They don't give a fuck. Cool. Love that for me. This is kind of, annoying, but whatever. This isn't how I was immediately gonna go about this, but... It works. Purpose. There we go. Got a nice little sink back here. Go back to the house, I can make a full bathroom, basically. I have 100 confetti. I know. Do a bathtub. Do a turlat. Maybe a lamp would be good. Spritz challenged me to make a steampunker house. How's it looking? Should have made some steampunk doors while I was at it. That's the indoor doors. Know what I mean?
Do we have her?
Yes.
You should buy gears and make the steam furniture with her.
That's what is in there.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm on it. Oh, steampunk door is very much an outside door, actually. Wow. Okay. I think I'll keep the palm ones inside then. Ugh, I miss my Zoom Zoom pet. Okay. My Pal World mount. I just really like it. Put a lamp on there? What's the point of the furniture if I can't put anything on the fucking furniture? Take a dookie, a big old dookie, a lion sleeps tonight. Take a oh. I see the problem. Okay. It's fine. We will adjust. Cut this out. Door. Lovely little bathroom. Okay. Do furniture, and then we'll do all this other crap. Bed against dresser, because that's how I like it. I just think it looks good. And then we have the bedroom door. There we go. Give me the candle. I'm going to put the candle on the this. Take this and put it up here. Out there. The lamp. Here. Put this over there. Now it's nice and lit. I have nowhere to put the chest, though. I really like the chest, but things don't fit well. Weird idea. Okay. Need one more. It's different. It's awkward. It's not high enough. Not high enough. But it's interesting. I need to make, what do you call it? I always do my desert houses like this. I don't know, I just like it. I think it looks good. You know? I think it's a nice aesthetic. I'm gonna get rid of this one. I'm gonna put the steampunk door as her front door. That just seems about right, you know what I mean? Seems about right. So while you were down there, it looked like it was spreading still, or is it just kind of stagnant? I'm so frustrated I can't put anything on the stupid dresser. I want to put the chest there. You know what I mean? Like, why can't I put a chest on a dresser? You can walk on it, for fuck's sake. It's literally big enough. It's a 3-block wide. You can't put it on a table, either. I don't know if it's just like, hey, we don't know what to do with it. Hey, something to do with the checking for breakage? I don't know. The chest behind the bed would have looked cool. It's not the end of the world to have it. I'm just like, yeah, I really wanted it. I mean, I could put this up another block. And the chest would have room here. Creating this weird ladder thing. Is that too out there as a bed concept, you think? Well, yeah, I know it needs walls. I'm just doing 1,000 pieces still. Big pile of money behind you if you care. I can go get it. You are going full blood red, huh? You in a mood there, darling? Okay, I'm not trying to be mean. I'm just asking. If you're making a statement, you know, if I did something I should be aware of. Stuff like that. Dungeon toilets. Okay. Where the fuck? There it is. Cogwall. I get the feeling I'm not going to want this exclusively. Grab 100 and experiment. Let's start with that, see what I get from it.
I got Tomb Raider boots.
Nice.
Dara bombs, sturdy fossil. Got an Oasis crate or a Mirage crate, as they call them.
Hard mode crate, yeah. Lots of stuff. You can use them to make things. You can use them to turn into a raptor. Raptor veg! Ask the guide.
I don't like talking to the guide.
Why?
He's unbelieving.
Sounds like a personal problem. I kinda hate this wallpaper, I'm not gonna lie. And I spent the money. Do we like the copper behind her though? Like the cogs spinning?
Yeah.
Congrats on killing so many slimes, my beloved murder wife. You continue in eternal slaughter. Oh boy, streamboo.com! How do I just, like, ban forever, fuck you, ban? Yeah, we need a better background. That's terrible. Like, I could try painting it something? I have no idea what would even look good, though.
I just got a new painting that I've never seen before.
Okay. Okay. Nice. I guess the heat wave just ended. Oh. No? Oh yeah, if you're in front of walls, it, like, stops the warble effect, apparently. So she's got AC. Yeah, it's okay for her room. Okay, wait, let me think. Maybe I'll figure this out. I'll figure it out. Tools. Your mom's a sandstorm. That's scary, though. Is that...
have enough room for one of them?
I have no idea. See how it looks before I commit to it. Nice, baby. Okay, I don't hate that as much. That is tolerable. What do you think of that for like a bedroom? Is that too blue? Should I have done a different color? Alright, now's definitely not the time to ask. Oh, damn, good job. Killed her ass. Should I do like a green or something, you think?
I like the blue.
You like the blue?
Yeah.
Can you tell what I'm going for with the bed?
That's bunk bed?
Like it's got like a stair thing or ladder leading up to it? Yeah. Okay. I gotta figure out... I was just plain palm wood for the back. Hey, how about you give it to me since I'm your master? Okay. She keeps dropping all the palm wood on you. Like, I'm your owner. Jerk. Yeah. I'm master. Really not a fan of that one, huh? Some people are way into it. We know a few. Quiet. Too quiet. I got a random mining potion, because that's the most useful thing in the world to get, right? Ebonwood might look okay, actually. Oh, that works really well with the gears. Look at that. Okay. I'll grab some Ebonwood. I think we have some back in the house. But whatever. Yeah, I'm just gonna chop.
Yes, that's your fiddle.
You mean you with crates? Is that your blessing? Is you leave a bunch of crates around? I see. Thank you for your blessing, beloved wife. I got a warding blindfold. Okay, I've got 50. I'll make a good 200 wall or some shit. Right? See, I almost just want to replace the damn pipe with the... Yeah. Just like that better. Feel like a dumb waste of money, but whatever. I'm like too shy. Of course I am. Alright, it's coming together though. Well, the paint might have been a dumb waste, but hey. It's got a vibe to it. I don't hate it. I might adjust this slightly. I have to take your crates for a moment, dear. Sorry. Temporary, I promise. If I did, like, like that. Oh yeah, it's a sandstorm. But hey, she got one of the genie shard things, so. Okay, and then we can set there. Grab our hammer. Okay. I would prefer that just being. Oh, that won't matter because we're gonna do this. Right. Okay. If we take this. All these funky holes. Okay. Just get that at the end, no matter what. Okay. And we use the chandelier. That is somewhere in this inventory, I thought. Did I not? I didn't make it. Okay. This looks grossly uneven, though, this way, so I'm gonna fuck with it regardless. Right, like, if we do this, that just looks better. Yeah, this has to move over one. Okay, I see what I need. I see what I'm doing. Boom, boom. One here and one. Is that right back where I just was? Yep. It's like that, maybe? Yeah, that's just gonna be happening. Okay. Let's maybe this can block it. Not really. Well, kind of. It's not terrible, I guess. If I just sink. If I can do it on both sides, it'll kind of make sense like that. Okay. What's the LMAO about? There, Katie's crates are back. Okay. Be back momentarily. Alright, so you make a steampunk chandelier. Pearlwood's also kind of nice. I know it's there. Alright, Spritzy. I once again have just one too short of a fucking everything. That's fine. We can adjust it. It just... Wait a minute. Because the game's gonna give me a minute, right? Fine. Oh my god! Okay, 700 fucking wolf men. Like, oh, good lord. I threw that fire into the room. Alright, we want to scoot this entire thing over by one. Because I hate myself. At least one problem has gone away. Ugh. Oh. Wait, okay. I should have sensed this coming a while ago. Whatever. Okay. Again, makes me just a hair shy on the 11 wood situation. I think the easiest thing at this point is just going to be to go back to town and see if I have any in the box I can use. What's up, girl? Yeah, I do. Golden. Okay. One here. It would be easier if I take it and put it back, honestly. Alright, boom. That room is now even. Ooh, what a concept. You may clap. I'll redecorate the whole thing around one problem. Leave me alone. Okay. There we go. Okay, this can scoot over slightly, and then we can do this, and ooh la la. Think here. Off my ass. Hi, Raptor Cass. How you doing?
Okay.
What do you think of the steampunk house? I think it's very Raptorian. You are, as ever, a delight. My mighty raptor wife. That was more balanced.
Here's more boxes.
I noticed. Thanks.
It felt fitting.
Ooh, just killing a million werewolves. Also think about what kind of banner would be fitting to hang up in our house. I have 2 of them. I was just collecting, sorry. Just a lot of dudes over here. You know what I mean? No, 1, 2. Like that. And I can use this. Perfect. Okay, what am I looking for? Right. Party girl. What is night? Are you selling that? I don't know. Wait, that was her in the house, isn't it? Thank you very much. Negative shadow brown. You don't have it yet? Oh, when do we get echo paint? Ooh. I wanted to build a mausoleum. Now I got to search without anything. But for now, pretend that's invisible or don't. I don't care. I don't know if Spritzy's still watching at the moment, but there, I did the build. Is there something that... Do fires make smoke properly? Or... Kind of. Do a fireplace, I guess. Alright. That's a fun one. Let's do a bone one. I'll keep playing with it. I have a lot of ideas for it. I'm just... Not ecto paint, I'm a little bummed out. Really wanted to... Oh, but fires don't align evenly. Like, yeah, I can get the particles. They made it taller, it might work, but it's really iffy. Where the fuck did it go? Am I crazy? I've lost my marbles. I took it down. Oh, it's over there. I never picked it up. Holy shit. The fact it's not aligned is not going to help. Won't fit here, so I think that's a lost cause. I think the fog machine's the way to go. It centers. Is it wireable? It is wireable. Oh my goodness. Okay. Cool. I have an idea. It'd be better if I had my echo paint. Holy cow, baby.
What?
You've been taking that out, huh? Right
You
on.
wanted ice.
I did. That's a you've been busy, is what I'm trying to say. I'm amazed how busy you've been.
$587 ice, is that good?
Fucking better be. If it's not, we have a new problem. Start with ice for most of it, because underground is usually mostly ice. I don't think it matters. I would like some snow for the surface, but I'm not chomping at the bit right now. This goes in accessories. This goes in furniture. And so does that. It's a steampunker. Should there be a... There really should be a furnace in there, huh? Furnaces are not wireable. Might have to sacrifice the lamp. I really like the lamp. I'm trying to accomplish a bit here. I don't think the lamp will go anywhere else. So...
Okay, so I have equal parts snow and ice.
Okay.
I'll turn it into snow right now.
Okay. I'll put this one on the back. Oh, that could work, actually. I'll get one of my platforms. I'm rolling in ideas. That works, too. Rolling in ideas right now. Got enough room, or I did one. Oh, that's perfect. Okay. Again, ecto paint would be nice, but well, one step at a time. Well, mummies have a chance of dropping like a shard or something that we need. I thought they had the light and dark, like yin yang shards or whatever.
That's the chicken.
Oh. Okay. Oh, yeah, we need that. I'm gonna put paint and tools for now, because we don't have a paint box presently, and that just seems as good as any. I'm going to empty the water bucket into our water hole. Is that good with you? You think Spritz realized he was challenging a builder to do a build? I am going to town. I don't get to very often just focus like this on an NPC, so.
Okay, I have your ices.
Thanks, baby.
Where do you want me to put it?
I don't know yet. I'm thinking. I'm thinking very, very hard. I love you. I've taken out the grand design. I'm going to go get a bunch of wire now for reasons. Trust me, bro.
What do I do with this balloon puffer thing?
Balloon pufferfish can combine with tsunami in a bottle, specifically.
Just the tsunami in a bottle?
And then you can combine that with a lucky horseshoe. That'll give you that one. I think it's part of getting the whatchamacallit, the bundle of balloons. Okay. I'm up to no good. I love you. I'll let you know when I'm done. I'm almost done. I forgot to buy a Switch! Me at Christmas for the nephew. JK, his parents won't let him have nice things. I don't have any Switches in here. That makes me sad. A plate. That's frankly not the same. You're busy all the time. I sure can't keep track of where you live. 2 Switches. That should be good. For now. Do you like my town music I chose? Okay, here's the deal. We're gonna pop. This right here makes sense. To be honest, I find the digging sound really annoying, but I find the endless supply of wood extremely helpful. It's a trade, if ever there was. Okay. I don't have anything that, like, when activated makes a sound, do I? Oh. Forgot what I was doing. Change to, let's do yellow for this one. In theory. Yeah, they're both on and it's on. I need an OR gate, don't I? I don't usually do that, I'm sorry. I do not play with logic gates often. I'm doing some fun, silly shit. Hi, baby. Thank you for throwing my sensitive electronics into the water. It's just really funny. I put both here through this. Okay, and here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to cut that. Okay, we're going to switch to this. We're going to do the red here. We're going to do the yellow here. I fucked up. Okay, easy to fix. Okay, that is now an OR gate. So, they're now both on. It is still doing it. I find this frustrating. I might be approaching this wrong. That was incorrect. Okay, do this. Let's cut this Okay, put one to the ore gate, turn this off, and give me a blue. Is this how this works? Okay, so if either one is on, it should set off the ore gate. And the ore gate set off that. It is now on because the ore gate should be on. That is OR, not XOR, right? Okay. That off. That on kept it on. Okay, so if I turn this off, that should stay on. If I turn this off, that should turn off. I think it is. It's really slow. It's hard to tell. No. Okay. I've never used gates before on this. Can you tell? Right. So, I'm going to keep playing with this, but this is where I'm at. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to extend it to this, because I want that. There we go. Look at you. What's on fog? Wireable signals. Any logic gate lamp above is on. Okay. So I need gate lamps? You're not the one that does the... Oh. Okay. So I have to put... Turns on when signaled. Okay. I am very much in new territory. I'm sorry, everybody. Can I put this... No, it has to be... here. And this has to be... I can't place this? Okay. I'm trying to solve this. I have never used lamps. Need platforms, maybe? Can you leave me alone while I fucking work? Christ. How do I fucking place these? Can't place it. Logic gate. Can you fucking... Can I have a fucking second place? really? We're going to town. I need to read something. Just do. The fact that I cannot be left alone without them breaking down the doors even on normal is not making me happy right this second. In case you can't tell, second, for the logic wiring setup simply is provided using a stack of logic gate lamps placed on top of it. The logic gate turns on and off depending on inputs and messages every time the state changes. Literally place on top of a... God. Okay. Okay. I'm literally looking at it. I think Echo Paint's really something I want. I got Mummy Pants, if you care. Here's what we have to do, I guess. I need my gate. The gate goes over here. And on top of the gate, I put lamp A and lamp B. Okay? Okay. That is where it can place. We now need to cut just every wire. I can't work with this. Okay. Cut red. Thank you. Place red. This one? We're gonna cut this yellow. Need to do that much of it, but whatever. Yellow, we're gonna put to... Uh-oh. I have to move that torch. Everything gets set off by that. That's fine. I'm just fighting with this. Okay. Those are both on. Okay. So if I put this, that lights up. If I put this, that lights up. If I take this, still on, off. Okay. Take these. Right. All right. So, with that, we take our grand design, we switch to a blue, and blue goes up to here. Now, either of these are on. I think I have to turn this on first, make sure it works. With that there, that starts in an on state. Okay, our chimney is now spitting out fog. Or as you might see it, steam. Now, switch to normal. Yeah, you can still see it. That's a little frustrating, but fine. If I go inside, I turn this on. That should stay steam. Excellent. I turn this off. That should stay steam. And if I turn this off, it should stop. Oh, I did it! I did it, baby! I did it! Hey, you don't need a light to be on for it to be suitable. Okay, so now Steampunker lives in here. You see what I did, baby? Oh, pain in the butt.
Trying to protect you.
Thank you. We don't have any books, do we?
Buy them from the wizard.
Wizard sells books, you're right. You want some magic candy? No? Okay. I would take it, actually. I'll eat your weird magic candy, sir. Goodness gracious, what a pain in the ass. Right. But hey, we did it. We have a bottle. Honey. It's fine. I do not want to steal that one. I also didn't want to waste sand, so I wasn't going to do it if I, you know what I mean? It's not worth a huge fight.
Here.
Thanks. How'd you manage that?
5 sand?
She's just standing by her bed. Music boxes. It'd be cool if you could wire those. Goodbye, sandworm. Enjoy hell. I believe we could get a whole second NPC in here if we want, so... But there we go. Wherever Spritzy be, that's my attempt to make a steampunker house. If we like it, she likes the desert. Pirates are approaching from the west. Seems pretty happy at present. At some point we'll get our neighbors, but for now, there's that. And put bottles and tools. Is that acceptable? Are you okay?
Mm-hmm.
Are you scared of the pirates?
Mm-hmm.
Are you uncomfortable? Are you perfect?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Don't forget to top up your big buffs of violence. There's a bunch in here. What? Scary? Turn off the music for now. Coming from the west, you sure are showing up from the east. Yo, Captain spawned a fucking ghost. Over here. It's probably the smartest spot to hide. Well, something scary shows up. On me. I seem to do my best literally just standing here. Like, it just shoots over me. I don't know. It died. Not the piano, it looks like. Here we go again. And keep shooting over my head, stupid? You're just gonna sit here and take it? You're gonna shoot at the wall. Even better. Thank you for your contributions to me laughing at you. Drop the diamond ring. That's a shop thing, right? Golden shell. This dude's gonna make us need a upgraded fort, blah blah blah. Place for furniture. That or we just put a chest in the merchant's house, and that's where all the gold stuff goes. Up to you. There is a gold chest that would probably be fitting it. What do you think? Yeah, do you want to put it in the merchant's house? Just put all the gold shit in the merchant? Eventually, maybe we'll make the merchant a proper house. Today was Steampunker. That was the challenge I was given. Here's this. Here's that. Here's this. Forceful Cutlass. 68. That sucks. I'm selling it. What's that? Quick gold ring. Equipable material increases coin pickup range. Pairs with the card, you know. Tailor shirts. Okay. Oh, and 89 golden platforms. I guess we could put in there too. Oop, you were leaving. I'm sorry. Now the pirate just joins at some point, or we have to find him?
Just arrives after you beat the pirate.
Okay. Is that a new painting we just got? The Djinn? Blackbeard has arrived. Alright, we now have a pirate. I'm no landlubber, but it's better to have loved and lost than never have loved at all. Sells sails, sells bunny cannon, sells pirate pants and shirt and hat. Cannonball and cannon. Alrighty. Lost the pirates beaten. And no comment from the peanut gallery on how I did on the build. Ooh woo. Honey's in the way. What's here? Screenshot it. Be like, here you go, dumbass. Dummy. I'm very nice. I'm a nice person. Oh, I would love. Look into that. Ecto paint. Echo coating. Only sold in graveyard after Plantera has been defeated. Boo! Boo! I want a snack. Boo. Fuck you. Build the thing. No.
Got a life fruit.
Bread?
Yeah.
On the platforms yet?
Look.
Exactly. Fertilizer makes it fast.
I don't have any fertilizer.
That's poop and bones.
Poop, ash, and bones.
That's harder.
Ash you can make with any wood in it.
Yeah. Just smart.
Starting.
Okay.
Oh, I got another life fruit.
Awesome. Okay. Pirate to beat. You know what I want. I'm not happy about it, but I know what I want. I'm gonna go sit in the grind hole while I eat my snack. Do I get any stone out of it? Mind yourself, you can come down. You're not feeling good? Food didn't help? You're shaky? I've been weirdly shaky today. Like I was trying to do my pick cross earlier and I could barely hold the phone. I was like, oh, okay. Felt better since I ate something, but still not super steady. The problem wanting to earn stone and dirt is I just keep getting these fuckers. The big old dopey slimes. Hi. Or the armored dickheads. Which I wouldn't mind if they ever dropped anything useful. You know what I mean? Notably, having the switch on did not keep the repeater on. Because the fire was on, but the dart traps weren't when I got here. So I had to... Or it defaulted to off when I logged in? I don't know. Yeah, it defaulted to off to switch it... I don't know. You stretching? I think she's falling asleep. Dart trap's kind of like stone. Yeah, I just don't get stone and dirt anymore, hardly. It's just mostly dope guys and farmers. What's up, girl? You like my dangerous game of hopscotch? Oh, okay. Thanks, girl. 54 I should probably start with. I wanted to build a mausoleum in the graveyard, because the painter is very useful in the graveyard, but so are some other guys, you know? Since the jungle's kind of a hurry up and wait task. Funny, I titled it that, it's just what I've done the least. know, maybe building challenges with streams would be more interesting to people. But Echo Paint would be very desired for those. Especially with that stupid logic gate being bright as hell. I mean, I can kind of get away with it on her house, specifically. Really no way to sound IDs, rows, music. Split wire. Don't mind me, I'm just investigating some shit. Follow fuse wire?
What's a cat?
Hard mode pet. Oh yeah, you're right. There's explosives and okay, trap chests are. I mean, trap. They make noise when you click them. I think they all make the same, just chest open noise. I don't think it works the other way. Timer, actuation, announcement box, inlet, video. The announcement box can force a sound to play, maybe. Sensor, pressure plate. Timers, logic gates, engines. Yeah. My with crab statues or bird statues, you can create an engine that operates more actively than a conventional timer. You also make electronics. None of this makes sense. I'm shocked. I don't even see mods for it. Creates colors. Yeah. Item IDs. Lifts. Crafting. Really, a downswing box can't play sound either. If sounds have IDs. Oh. I don't know, man. That for now. Wood. Always getting wood. Like the good Lord intended. Poison. Why are you shooting me? Just for fun? Okay. Alright, I got you did actually replace the platinum pile, wow. Huh. Alright. It's a mod I'd want. I mean, honestly. It's been 2 hours. About 9:30. I could just hop off, honestly, but... I don't know. I do Cult of the Lamb for a bit, try to advance the story, because that would probably help me right now. I'm very... need that to happen. Are you alright?
Mm-hmm.
I'm just tired? Okay. Thank you for playing with me. I'm gonna go peek at our jungle real quick, if it's alright with you.
Down there.
I know, but I want to show it off for the peoples, if they ever watch VOD or whatever. It is supposed to be the focus of the stream. It just worked out that we're mostly waiting on it. You know what I mean? Hard to be the focus when it's just kind of happening when it happens. Let's just, whatever, okay. Okay, so it's spread pretty far over here. We do have a Plantera bulb up there that's terrifying. We have Kate's dead body. Grounded to sad meat. And you ain't kidding. Okay, so we've started having the grass spread over here. That's good. That's a start. And there's a new batch of chlorophyte forming. That's also helpful. There is at least a Plantera bulb. Not that we want a shitload of those or anything, you know, but... And this has been expanding, clearly, which is good, because we need a lot more chlorophyte. So the more the chlorophyte spreads, within reason, because we don't want to throw off all the grass growing. That is the problem with the chlorophyte, is we also need this to spread. This remains a terrifying hellscape, I won't lie. Just wanted to grab the yellets, man. And this one's big, which is good. We're gonna need that. But I'll grab that when I have some mud to replace it with. Which is its own process, but we're getting there. We are getting there. It sucks and it's annoying, but we do have other shit we can do. So maybe next time we will, I would like to start building that mausoleum, finally. Because I do need the painter in the graveyard eventually to get the echo mist for building. And I quite like that. Personally a fan. And... So yeah, the Dungeon Defenders thing on hard is a new thing, and the basic building shit, that's basically where we're at. Hellfire 50 versus Godly Yellets 89. That is a sellable. I don't care. Don't have this in... Well, at some point I'll expand the graves. Nature's Gift. I don't know if we have Nature's Gift. I know that goes in with a mana potion. We might be able to do that crafting. Let's look. It's at least an advanced accessory. Reflective Shades. Oh, that's a merger of two things. Boom. There's one of those. We can make the bee cloak. We need the bee cloak. Advanced accessory says we do not have anything involving Star Cloak. Star Veil increases length of invincibility after taking damage. That might be more useful. Neither one is amazing. I have the cloaks to make both. But let's see what else this is for. Mana Cloak. Pairs with the flower I was going to make, actually. Okay, well, we don't have a magic build between us presently, but that's not a bad goal. I have basic mana potions. I don't have... That needs a... Oh, we can do that. Boom. Done. Easy. Okay, and sake of argument, I'll make this one. I like to make all three. Boom. Done. Oh, no, I can't. I fucked up. Whatever, we'll get another one. Oh, it says we can, though. Mana Cloak, right there. Wow, that's actually really cool. Stars restore mana when collected. Alright, so there's some good stuff for a mage build if we ever need one. Among other things. We have 2 of the plan, and 1 of this visor, which is all part of the, I think, Ink Charm. I'm not expecting that to be something we get a lot of, but hey. We got Goblin Tech already. I mean, that's something. We're getting something. Bit by bit. It's a process. The whole game is a process. Skyblock is very slow. But we're finding ways past time. Come over here. And I'm gonna... You know... Here we go. Team Bunker House. Boom. Lovely. I'm gonna call it here. Oh, I want that potion, though. And when we do actually beat Plantera, I can get the mist to hide these and that thing. It looks nice, but it's not... I don't want it visible. I want this to look like a chimney, basically. And you could argue that the fire would be a better choice for that, but it's very big and off-center, and I don't know if the particles are part of the sprite or not for that. So. We'll see! We will see! I need to bring up my... Godot. Godot! I don't have my cave up. Time to bring up the cave. It's slowly getting better. I actually don't remember if last time I did this, I was actually able to show off the water actually moves now. Let me hop over. Boom! Hello! Let's save and exit on this. I hit 1 and the text on the title screen jiggled. That's weird. I wonder if that's something. Alright. Alright. I'm very quiet lately, but I am going to go into Cult of the Lamb and try to advance a little bit of that. It still looks like a face. Okay. I need Cult of the Lamb. Boom. I need to... Whoops. Game capture. Needs this to actually come up first, so we're going to wait a second. There it goes. I've had desktop audio and game capture this whole stream. Good lord. Okay, Cult of the Lamb, I fixed it. Now everyone can see my cult! Oh, ow. Happy birthday, Eve Eve. That's true. Oh. Oh. Oh, and next year's the Over the Hill year. I remember Rick's Over the Hill party. Oh my god. He's like 70-something now. Oh my god. Getting old. I have the 9 followers right now. Let's see if we can fix that. But first I'll show what I've been up to for all the... I switched to Cult of the Lamb and people showed up. Right on. Here we are. And they need food, clearly. I have a disciple again. They're all brainwashed right now, don't worry about it. They wanted me to, if I believe that. I don't know why. And my control thing's fucked up again. What? Turn on your fan and bring you cookies. Took me a second to process what you actually said there, honey. Sorry. Hurry up. You said... Doodles?
Yeah.
You escaped before when I caught them. On the floor. Here, baby. Whip crank, okay. Yeah, I'll be right back. Very quick, please. Boom, zoom, I'm back. Cult of Lamb, Cult of Lamb. Here we go, Cult of Lamb. Okay. So they want glory through toil. I might have the bones now. I think I did a run to get the bones for that. Good Eyes Relic I can't do yet. I need to advance things. That is a lot of these little dudes. So as you can see, my grave situation has advanced significantly. A lot of things have advanced pretty significantly. I have finished all Doctrine. We're just on that. I have lots of people working. I've got seeds going off. I have a full outhouse. Not anymore, I don't. I can run some new things. I don't even know if I have new stuff to cook yet. It looks like I do. Magnificent mixed meal. It uses those. Okay, beets. Delicious fish feast. Stops dissenting and increase. Wow, that's a really good one. So things are slowly getting better. food front. It just drops resources. Go ahead. Little food for the peoples. I think I've been trying to be good and not advance the story off stream, but I've advanced basically everything else, better or worse. Like, shit been moving. Like, ugh. Boom, I got the healing bay now, because waves of sickness, and also I'm trying to prepare ahead, because the last god was all about famine, so like, one of them's probably going to be about sickness, so I was trying to set up for that. Trying to make it work. Allows followers to clean outhouses. Let's get that. Like, immediately, just get that. I haven't got the propaganda speaker yet, because while it does boost my XP, I mean... it also makes them work faster. I'm not too worried about it right now. At this point, my population is somewhat lacking. So I'm mostly focused on trying to improve the situation I'm in. Also taking Rivali and just making him just my dude. Apparently you don't level up once you're a disciple. Is he just max then? Interesting. Forget who I was. I think I was going with the dog because he's a dog. I'm gonna grind him up to do that next one because I would like to hit the point where I have the disciple structures because that gives me buffs. I haven't done missionaries or anything either because I'm worried about them dying and I just don't have the bodies for that. Like, playing this is like, we're the cannibal tribe or whatever, seems like it might be very difficult actually to keep your numbers up. But I could also just not be very good. We'll see. I don't go out as much as I should. Alright. Let's do our daily sermon. Get our XP fix. Yum, yum, yum. I'm only at 2 rows of people. I used to have 3, but they all died of old. Painful. So I need to go get more people. Big time. What? Oh. Sure. You're all brainwashed. I don't think this will even affect me. Okay, there, I did the thing for the thing. Whoever's got a deal for me. Let's just inspire the entire town all at once. There we go. Whoever's almost 10, actually. I don't know if he's gonna get old age or not. He's like special. He's a unique thing, so I don't know. He's been around for a while. He's probably my oldest one at this point, damn near. If not, just straight up. Alright. They got food. I should eat something. Variable. Don't make me barf. So I got the thing where this actually buffs me, and I gotta remember that. I got a blue heart now, going into the next thing. Cool. Now, I don't know which one's number 3. I think it's this one over here. Anchor deep. There we go. Went out together. For all I know, he's just gonna kill people. I don't know. Oh, so I got a new fleece. Interesting. Dramatic is not my favorite, but it works. Limited. What you doing? What's your emote? That's 89 sip. Okie dokie. Entering the lands of Bishop Calamar, those who not follow the ways of the old faith will be destroyed. Like that. Yes, dear. Take your stuff. Yes. I have a diseased heart now. Is that part of my thingy? Love you. Honey? Ed? It's the migraine again? Baby's got the migraine. Baby's got the migraine. Look at that jellyfish. What the hell? Oh, it just broke that way. I'm in, I don't remember the name. Something shallow. Shallow deep, shallow something, I don't know. Yeah, let's get her immediately. Unfortunately for these guys, I have very strong weapons. Fortunately for these guys, I'm also not very good. Can I kill the jellyfish? Does that do something? Alm of the Anchorite. Gain half spirit heart per elderly follower. I have none. So that is straight up useless. Whatever. I mean, it wouldn't be bad about 2 days ago before I ascended somebody and had 2 others die on me. I had a bunch, and then they just all croaked at once. Yeah, I do not seem to be able to murder the jellyfish. This makes me sad. Or I'm just way too slow. I hate these things. Oh, you're different than normal. You shot nowhere. Oh no, I hit the jellyfish and I got salmon. Fuck you. Okay. Oh, the migraines are the worst. Yeah, probably. I don't get them too bad. Come on. He exploded. Anchor deep. That's place. I can now turn people into elephants. Elephant. There's crystals. I need those. I need those for the DLC thingy. The axe is not good at hitting jellyfish, but it can hit jellyfish with a little creativity. You too can do things if you're creative. That's all grass. Alright, let's move on. Oh, it's distracting. Whoa! Oh, is that what the diseased heart did? Okay, computer, that was deeply uncool. Random stutter. For your bones. See, I always need more bones for my boning. What's up, baby? Funny the jellyfishes give you salmon. Oh, noise. I have very delayed audio processing tonight. Holy cow. What's this one? Moon necklace. Follower will never sleep. Okay, that's interesting. That's an interesting resource to receive. Alright. Oh. New substance. New substance for me. Hops. Oh good, I can get them drunk as fuck. Okay. Got me a hop. I think I should just chop them down. That seems to work better. Lots of hops. Okay. Got a bunch of hops. Let's go to the chalice. I don't know what that is. Hops do make beer. Oh, it's just a relic. What do we got? The next mirror. Destroy all active tarot cards. That's worse than the other thing! No, I don't even want to accidentally have that on hand. Fuck that. No. I literally can't get more. I'm using the fleece that gives me 4 to start, because I'm not doing very long runs, so there's not much chance of me getting more than 4. Rare that I even get 2. I don't know. I guess you just have to get more, because you can't level up without them. Without followers, you're very limited. And you can keep playing, I guess, but... You got no one to help you do your colony, you got nothing to help you level up, you can't unlock new things. A lot of your blessings and stuff are dependent on certain counts of followers, like elderly or in general or what. Hello. Necromantic 20. Bane 20. Now see, I'd rather have the Bane. That's interesting. Give me the Bane axe. Give me the poison. I'm always amazed what poison gets away with on this. Give me that wood, boy. Apparently this is the crazy artifact person's sibling. So, that's the thing I've learned. There's also a cat lady going around saying her children were taken by the one who waits. I think they're probably the two you see with the one who waits, I guess. Okay, we can get 2 seconds of invincibility. Wow, that was a stutter. Or freezing. Freezing. Invincibility is all well and good, but it's the freezing has historically been very helpful for me. There's invincibility I just don't use well. You can hit them towards each other. Oh, that's interesting. Here comes Dickhead. I was going to throw the axe before he spawned in. Hi, Vagina Mouth. This like you, one after the other, they all fall. That's your voice now. You've gotten further than most. Granted, 2 of you are dead. I shall enjoy watching your cult rot from disease upon them. I called it. I called it. Oh, feels so good. Darn. If only I had seen that coming and built a disease bay. Oh, hey, it's this guy. I have exactly enough money for you. Give. Thanks. Not worth it. Taking all your gold. Gosh. I'm gonna chop you down too. Alright, whatever. Boss time. Look at this fucker. Jellyfish. Okay, wow. Right out the gate. Not a lot of help. I don't like how many of them there are. Okay, I'm bad at this. I just don't see his fucking arrow. I didn't see that either. Usually they're really readable. Okay. Take that, though. Totally on purpose. Fuck you. Definitely a thing I did, not on accident. You're my bitch now. I know. It is exciting. Multiple people just got sick. Why are multiple people now suddenly sick? Was it this guy? I need the money. I find blueprints everywhere. Thank you. Yes, dear. Yeah, let me try to deal with the fact that all my dudes are dying. Actually, I'm in a menu. It's probably fine right now. You're kidding. Hello, your mother wants you. She doesn't. Abduction. Abduction. You go. Like an alien took him. Have drafted them, yes. It's you're my bitch now. That got me. The timing, it wasn't on purpose. It made me laugh. What was on purpose was thinking, huh, how many fucking problems can they cause for me? Sick? Hungry? Some third thing I don't know yet? I opted for sick. Here's the thing. How many of these do I have? 140 is pretty good for now, and I can plant a lot more. Holy fuck, a lot of you are ill. Right, who's the most useful? Safar? Weber? Whatever. Weber? My eyes and my brain are not blind. The thing is, if they're sick, they don't work unless I let them slowly die. A lot of flowers, and it's just going to get worse. I'm sure of it. Because he only made one of them sick. I don't know why the other two were sick. I'll take care of the high-level ones. I'm going to do the church shit for the day, and I'm going to tell the other two to go to bed. Bunny! Where did I get you? I like the bunny. Have some hair. Polyamorous. I would, you know, I'd kind of expect a rabbit to be. I won't lie. Naturally obedient. Okay. Swoop. I'm going to send you. You're going to join the worship pile. Dance for you? Let me dance for you? I don't know what he's doing over there. He's just like, yep, I'm meditating. What'd you do, Weber? Pounding mushroom hangover. Oh, that's why they got sick. Okay, bad time. That's fine. Man, I only did it because they fucking asked me to as a quest thing. I don't really need them to have max faith every day. They kind of do that for me naturally, usually. So I'm not a dick. It's amazing what you can get away with on this game when you're not a dick. Like, wait, you're not dead? And I'm like, yeah, I'm not dead. I'm like, what? You know what, Weber? Fuck it. Let's get you to 10. Screw it. Thanks, homie. I'm gonna do this for the day. Then I'll let them go sleep it off. Why am I down another one? And the sick one's just not showing up? Okay. Well, we got something for this, right? We have the, we have the fish feast. Somewhere in there, someone will start feeling better. see if that helps the ones who are sick feel less sick. I think they automatically prioritize the meal that would help them. I've seen. I might be putting too much faith in it, but it tends to be freakishly smart, honestly. In a lot of ways, so. Yeah. We need to... No berry seeds. That is concerning. We could buy some. Barely. Like, straight up, I need the seeds. That's still a major part of their diet, so... That'd be about right. Just a fuck ton of berries. Throw me some berries. Alright, you're still sick? Go sleep. Oh yeah, it's full. I see you. I'm coming. I didn't get help to either of them, which is kind of a bummer. Alright. Bay 2 requires less resources. That might be worth working towards just by itself. Just not having any issues with that. Honestly, I don't think anything else is even all that interesting to me right now. See, that's interesting. Slowly generates devotion while harvest, yeah. But no, at the moment... Just higher shit. Yeah, I'm gonna work towards the lower resources. Don't think I really need that. Where this is headed, I'm worried about that, so we're gonna march that direction a little bit. I forgot about you. Alright, you are Night Owl. It's fine. Uses faith when ill. You know, I'm glad. Some of these fuckers are insane. Would you like a form that doesn't have spikes coming out of your fucking head? Just clean you off real quick. Or I can get you different spikes. I don't know why every boss is a weird moldy blob, but hey. Wanna be a rhino? Perhaps a capybara, a frog. You're gonna be a frog. I'm gonna make you a frog. Okay. You can still be blue if you want. Like, what do you think of that? That's kind of a fun combo, right? There you go. Something still watery, you know, but like... You can have dots. You can be triangle. I kind of like the default, actually, though. I think it's very cute. Go forth. Since you're a night owl, I'm gonna have you tend to the farms. Elder? Any elder? Sure. I need bodies. No, you won't. Suddenly I'm getting a lot of germaphobes. That's fun. That's great. That's good to see all of a sudden. We're entering into the germy bitch category of problems. And there we go. I think they're set up fairly well. They need more food. There sure are a lot of fireflies right the fuck there. They just like pumpkins? Sure, man. Alright, I gotta make you guys food. Just make a shitload of berry bowls. I need to put the seeds for those in. I forgot. Gonna be important. We're just out of food. A couple mushrooms is fine. Got a lot of these. Grow a couple of that. One of those. There you go. That should do me good for now. I'm gonna eat one of these. Yum, yum, yum. Everything's great. Moving on. Next. How many ma, how many me, how many mo, how many ma, baby, 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 boo. It's a dog. I think I hit that guy too. You're one of the germaphobes. You get sick and you're like, there is no God. If God is real, then why does my tummy hurt? Oh, sorry. Let me pet you. Yeesh. Yeesh are good. I could level up my freaking guy. My old man. Or this dude. I'm really working on Poppy though. Poppy's kind of my my go-to right now. Give me that second disciple. Even though they keep saying shit like, I don't think you're real. I think you're a piece of shit. I think you're a deceiver. I think there shouldn't be sheep in this world. Oh my god. Also, on the notice sheet, took me before I realized these aren't fingers. These are actually little lamps. You really can't tell inside, but they do have little ears. They do. Mama, hibbity mama, hibbity bibbity hoobity bo bo biddy ba ba. Okay. Damnation. Let's get these. More relics, more relics. Boom. There, I've got all the relics now. At least from that. Use a random damned relic. Support a powerful demon. Summon a powerful demon to assist in battle. Alright. Rain down a storm of lightning. Chance to drop diseased hearts. Gain half a spirit heart per dissenting follower. That sucks. Gain a diseased heart with 50% chance to deal damage to all enemies. Interesting. Deal damage to all enemies based on the amount of tarot cards you hold. Chance to gain diseased hearts. That one I like. For all active tarot cards, hate that still. Hate that even more. Damage to all enemies based on how many descending followers you have. Again, really kind of useless. I don't need that. No one dissents from me. I'm awesome. Yeah, didn't you hear them? So awesome. It's short for awesome. Wedding, ritual, discipleship. I do have enough for a second disciple. At the moment, I don't know if I need it. It'd just be Weber, and I don't know how much more time Weber has. I'll do this, though. I'll give you guys a little, like, pick-me-up in the form of arson. Yeah, let's burn him. Let's burn a sigil of mine. While the spiders dance with us. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know if Weber ever goes away, because Weber is, like, He's got the spiders dancing around him. He's very unique. I have no idea. Love getting a group of them at once. Makes me very happy. Where you at? Lever. I need to check something. You're 52. Tell you what, if you make it to 60 without turning old, we'll talk. Hey, you're special enough to endure ripe old age. I might trust that you're not immediately going to drop that on me if I do that very expensive ritual. It would be less expensive comparatively if I just dungeon crawled more. But, you know, me. Right. On that note, they have a bit of food still. Everything's Gucci. Let's move on. They're working their old butts off. They're getting me new food. Kill calamar and anchor deep. Yeah, that's what we're working with right there. Round 2, bitch! Hell yeah, I'll take some tries. What do we got? Deal poison damage. Drop bomb when hit. Fast attack rate. More damage during... I'm not against that. It's a very, it's an efficient way to do the water warriors. It's just to have them wiggle. The painted projection warbles around. I don't know why I'm doing this. I don't need lumber. Got so much lumber. Your friend Ratau was the last vessel sent against us. Oh, right, I was going with sniveling. No, wait. Yeah. A sniveling coward. And there were countless before him, all equally pathetic and unworthy. Nothing humbles quite like disease that casts a plague upon your cult. The start of the run? Fucking rude. Weber! Oh, that sucks. Okay. In a few days. We're usually not out for a few fucking days, so it should be okay. It does put some pressure on me to avoid combat spaces as much as I can. Not enough to make me stop collecting bones, though. It's a ritual that cures disease. Whoa! Alright, he's dead, whatever the fuck he was. What was that? Elite dude? He had a shield. I was trying to do it heavy, and I forgot I was using hands instead of the axe. I'm like, what? Confused for a second? Because I'm not very smart. Oh. I broke the shield. Oh. Interesting, encounters on this one. Maybe I'm strong lightning upon non-believers. Abso-fucking-lutely. Shinnok will make a relic of anything. One day, but Shinnok will make a relic of you. Yo, yes? Big dumb treasure room with a very ugly duck in it. I mean, I don't know how to do a duck in this art style either, to be fair. I'd probably just avoid it. Like, pass. Oh, who are you? New guy to suck? Hello, wee lad. Fancy seeing you somewhere dangerous like this? I'm Clunko. This is Bob. We're off to our friend Ratau's for a night of drinking and dicing. It's going to be quite the party. Ratau and the others know me for going overboard with the betting. Last time I bet and lost my hand. I'm not overplaying your hand. It was hilarious. I'll win it back. You should come. You seem tough, rich, and fond of risk. Perfect for knucklebones. I will destroy your ass. I am so good at knucklebones. I will end you. Right now I gotta deal with the fact that all my people are like sick as fuck, so excuse me. This will fix them. Jellyfish on that for. We can get more hops, we can get whatever. I think that's cotton. I don't know. I mean, this way is another chance to change artifact. I really like my artifact. There's a follower, but right now they're just getting ill. I'll get more cotton, I guess. I don't fucking know. It's a fast stop. It gave me some crystal too, so that's nice. And now I can do money for food? Ugh, I don't have time for combat right now. I'm worried about that disease. I don't want to waste too much time. Hey! By ambrosia. Increase yeah, sure. We need expensive and stupid, but it's fine. Let's get a blueprint. I haven't done that. Arch window stained glass. That's interesting. I don't know why I put that outside. That really helps me. Alright. Thank you, cat lady. I was gonna haul in because I've been doing a lot of off-screen writing, in case you can't tell. I'd like to advance the plot. It tends to give me new toys and new ways to progress and make me feel less stuck, so... I'm trying to save it for streams, because I started the plot in streams. Hopefully, that was dumb. Everyone took that. It was a very easy enemy, and I was kind of like, oh, bad timing. Bye. I'm a dummy. Okay, lots of crap. Let's do you. Can't break that one. Dead end just for trades. Okay. Well, I got the trades. You're welcome for the trades. It's Lizzie! Oops, I was playing cat game too hard and missed the first 2.5 hours of Sarah time. That's fine. Sarah's probably going to start the cat game at some point on here, but not tonight. Sarah's also looking at Next Fest, wondering if she should do that in the immediate future. But tomorrow I should really do... Not tomorrow, Wednesday I should really do Star Ocean. I don't feel like it. I should get back to it. I don't know if anyone cares. Attendance has been poor. I don't think people really cared about... You see, as soon as I got out of Terraria, this got way more active, so... I think people might be sick of the Skyblock, but... I don't know. I could always take input on the Discord or something. We should just make that a thing and Katie do together instead of screaming all the time. Wouldn't matter. Oh, the claws are not a fun thing to have to do that with. I usually like the claws. The second you throw in this shit. Hey, one less ill person. This makes it way harder. Okay. This was that heart that appeared on the last stage is still there, is it? Zealous Dagger. Ooh. Well, wait. It's less damage, more speed. I don't think I want that, though. Oh yeah, I'll take this. I didn't even try my person. Look at what it was. I like the dagger's range, but I don't like the dagger's anything else. No, it's not. Okay. It's fine, man. It's fine. At the end. 3.5. We can do that. Let's not play stupid like last time. Another weird joke. Harboring. I'm harboring some attention and feelings. Okay, fuck you. Oh, okay. They just don't give me any sort of wind-up. They just do things on their own with that, huh? I'm just missing it. Okay. We're gonna do the big one. Whatever. I'll figure it out eventually. They aren't that hard. I just, for some reason, the tells seem a lot less obvious in this world. I don't know if it's the light. Me and blue. I don't know. Blue like relaxes my eye. I don't pay much attention. I don't fucking know. I love blue. I love water. Did you know that Otter Cat likes the water cat? Money. I have to go kick some man's ass at Knucklebones. I just made a bunch of gold bricks. Everyone's sick. I gotta deal with it. Scrooge. Alright. Making headway. Seems you're liking the kitty cat game. I thought it was Mason who was playing it, so. Right on. Oh, you need to, you're almost dead, honey. My disciple, too. You're a bunch of assholes. Stream streak. Alright, I need to cure Rivali. He's literally my guy. Oh, that one's expensive. Oh, it's still 15. Okay. Weber's high level. On high productivity, but he's high level. Fuck it. I need him to attend church for my points, man. I'll do one more. 6? See, you're a utility. You're helping when I'm away, so... There we go. Okay, you guys, you chill. Natural, skeptic, and cynical. Well, aren't you a fun one? I'm not gonna put much effort into you, then. On level 9. Right. Please, for the love of God, I am bleeding flowers. Thank you. That was only the second round. We're supposed to be 4. I am concerned. See, this one might be good to give to my disciple. Only built once. Okay, and then Grand Shelter. We've got it. Put it here. That means I can't do the second janitor station, doesn't it? Oh, I have exactly enough gold. Sick. Okay. Okay. Load up on berry seeds. Grab our resources, empty our stuff. We're doing a bunch of building. It's about noon. Okay, let's do this first. Everyone who's sick is in bed, right? Didn't miss anybody? Yeah, we're going. Alright. some of this stuff for the day. We need to do refining. Cool. Big bag of money. Still have a bunch. Okay. Go until I'm out and then do these. Thank you. Money boy, you're new. Let's get you going. I think the best cult leader thing to do would just be make the bunny never sleep, and then make him my spouse. Because I don't have it right now. Like a total freak. You see what I'm getting at here? Like just total freak shit. He's poly, and he's obedient. This is definitely a normal thing to do. I'm gonna do it. Double you up with sex. Give me Bun Bun. What Camellia from Darkwood? Okay. Alright, Poppy, you're the one I keep focusing on for now. You say no lamb again? Oh, thank fuck. Like 3 times in a row, I was like, no lamb. You just hungry? Is that why you make that face? Alright, I'm going. Alright, what do we got? A use for pumpkins on A. In fact, that's quite good in general. Be the one that might cure a sick follower. Then, look, it's mostly real food. I'm gonna go collect flowers. I'm trying to advance the plot. Okay, give me my first ever dungeon crawl. Yeah, that's good. Oh, you're coming to eat the thing that might heal you. You don't like each other, but it's getting better? Let's know what that was about. Okay. Clean the outhouses. I've done all that. You're okay. I need to give a sermon. It's getting late. You say I have some money. Sermon. You actually have some followers too. Third row going again? Sick. Couple old ones in there, that's not all bad. We're learning some ways that helps us. Finally. Speed that up, shall we? I like that noises. Okay, ritual. I'm a freak. I think I am gonna marry that rabbit. I get a lot for doing it, and also, poly means I can do it to multiple, and there's benefits for them and me, I think. But also, I need an air. What else can I do? I'm running low on bones at the moment, so... Could establish another disciple, but that is too many bones right now. Do a funeral? I think I still have something to do a funeral for. No, I don't. Okay, we're done here. A horse. I'm going to slowly pet this dog. Go to Darkwood, collect Camilla, go to the flowers. Let's go. Let's party. I can do that. That's easy. Darkwood, boom. Flowers in Darkwood. Kill things in Darkwood. Extremely standard claws of Darkwood. More damage during the day, 2 blue hearts, attack rate up, harvest bonus, even better. I'm literally here to get flowers. And meat, if I can. Never gotten that to explode. They just lack the skills, dogs. Bones. I'm a whore for bone. There's fucking half of it of me. This is what? It wasn't. I'm just dumb. Okay. Yo. Alright, I'm taking the profit. I need the money. I can take a sign. That gets mad if I offer after breaking and stuff. Then let's throw the money. You get nothing. Yeah. You know what? Slut. I'm to get paid. Don't take the money first. That's all I learned. A bad girl. A bad girl. Blue heart, why not? Really? Did I just take a hit? No. I hurt the ball when I took a hit. I don't see any damage. Be careful too. Wood? Really? You gave me 2 wood? Good news in a threesome, but not so much here. Basically, I'm out of tarot cards you hold. Okay, and final planet's hair here. We have grapes, we have question mark, we have change my relic that I like. We're gonna do this, and I don't know what that sword symbol means yet, so I guess we'll find out. Use diseased heart. I think that hurts people if they... Okay, we did the thing for pimple. We're already done with that. Golden. Combat with a new condition. Let's learn what this does. I need to learn what these symbols are. Enemy health have received double damage. Please. Okay, can't fuck it up. Bad experience. Don't fuck it up. Don't fuck it up. That's fact, everyone tells us. I'm worried about. don't see a lot of four-way intersections. Right? I like you guys a smart time to use the thing. I found the one right way, but still that I sure did. Can upgrade to a hammer. Ooh. Path of the Righteous. Hammer is interesting, but I don't want it. Go get those other two guns. Always take the runes, dogs. Especially if you're like bitching about being out of flowers and you're sick. I know the game told me to go get more of the thing. What will I do? Rather do the damage, honestly. No offense, Clank. I don't get to recycle artifacts like the other stuff for whatever reason. Next room. Boss door, go. I think there's a benefit to keep going. I've done it a couple times. I don't know if there's any difference. I guess because you keep whatever your loadout is and keep getting stronger, but I haven't noticed the enemies with the rewards getting better. I've only done like one extra floor. Maybe I just haven't done it hard enough. I don't know. The dudes don't take care of each other enough for me to be ready for that. You know? Good for my bones, at least. I have a lot of bones, a bunch of flowers, doing better a little bit. I hate that icon, that makes me unhappy. Yeah, get cold, idiot. Oh, shit. Oh, except it wasn't his attack. Oh, I'm dumb as hell. I've written no damage bonus and I'm not going for another floor, so just kill his ass. Oh, give me money. I need it lately. Gold bars and shit, all kinds of crap. Get out of here. 3 times what you asked for, Lee. And $100. Good. I need the gold. I need to go ruin someone's life in Knucklebone. Now seems like the time to do that because they're fucking sleeping, so I'm going. How about a match? Yes, how about a match indeed? Piece of shit. Let's go, Clunko! And bop. I'm gonna knuckle your bones. Good start. Not good enough. Now what? Yep, you're gonna fill the row just to get rid of that? Alright, alright, alright. Ooh, you might actually beat me. I feel like my luck is not great. Okay. Yeah, fine. I need to balance the board up. Interesting setup we have here. How do we do that? Let's go here. Whoops. He's really good at killing my 6, I'll say that. I'm good at killing his 6 back, though, apparently. It's just how it keeps rolling. Nice cock and balls. I'm in trouble. It's 4 dice to 4 dice. No, it's not. He's very much had me on the defense for most of this. Man. Let's do that. So you fill that row with junk, and then I can do something about it. I'm trying to bait you in other spots. That's perfect. Cool. That sucks. Ooh, shit. I can break a 6, but I lose the opportunity to do anything good with my high numbers. Also stop him from doing it. Oh. He gets me right back. I can do that. I don't like that it's close. It's almost never close for me. That helps slightly, but also puts me in danger. Alright, he's gonna break something. No, he's not. I think I just won. Alright, cool. Wow, you were actually kind of scary. Alright. Alright, alright. I mean, I think the snakes will once ever beat me because I had to pay attention. Didn't realize it. Okay, we're getting there. We're learning. We're getting better. I like Knucklebone. I actually really enjoy Knucklebone. No, freak. Strength from without. Receive 5 fervor when hit. Interesting. Not all that great for me, because, I mean, I don't spend my fervor hard enough, but... Okay. Yeah, we're getting there. Not feeling confident enough to bet my money right now, but... I am happy I kicked his ass and got the card, so... Take that, asshole. Mine now. Still night. Right at midnight, actually. They just like pumpkins. Interesting. Is it something to do with the fertilizer on it? Mama, mama. Himmity me, himmity moo moo, baby girl. Himmity mama, himmity me, smooch me. Himmity mama. This is the closest we get to sex. We're married, so we can. Yes. What else? No. Yeah, that's it. Alright. Look at that bait, bitch. Oh, they put the poop in the box. That's actually really helpful. Beetroots seem to actually be really helpful to me. You're like barely sick. Why are you moving? Go take a nap. You'll feel better in the morning. Fucking yeah, I got money. Just out of this shit. Always need these though. There we go. Do that. I'd build a thing once my disciples like harvest this shit. I would really like to have this shit just harvested for me at this point. But hey. Much further along on that process, we need to let's cook some shit. Like, this is coming along really well. I'm happy with that. Cherry cauliflower chowder. Okay. So cauliflower's its own meal, has a chance of making them sick, but it's not too bad. And it's making them sick. I guess because everything needs downside unless it's super awesome. Just eating so much gosh dang cauliflower. Fires are up. We got meat donation. Okay. I'll put the chapter out this time. I'm really trying. Let's get one already. Eat. Thank you. You've inspired me. Now I'll inspire you. Like this. Good creature. Alright. Sermon time. Wait, isn't there someone to... No, because I did Darkwood, huh? Yeah. Okay. Expected Darkwood, no fun friend for me. Almost 3 rows though. It's getting better. Some double digits in there. Look at that. Boom. Alright. Well, we've got all the weapons. We've got all the... We don't have all the curses. I guess we could unlock all the curses, then work on weapon mastery. I don't really get to choose my weapons, so I don't really prioritize that. It's like, usually you just kind of get what it gives you, you know? So... I haven't gone for those yet, even though they sound nice. Because I can't guarantee they'll be useful to me in any given run. Any rituals worth doing right now? It could be interesting. Gonna send one of the olds, I guess. I don't know who's level 6. Do the 2, I guess, because he's giving me the least. Do they get extra loyalty based on whatever? Turn the other one into compost or whatever. It's fine. I'm a normal person. Shut up. Worked out pretty well, actually. Look at that. Bam. Alright. Cool. That worked out great. Make a leader tent. I'm not worried about that right now. I'm assuming let's maybe skip time or something. I don't know. Missionary, I can finally do. I can do the farm totem and start building that up because, I mean, I do a lot of farming. I can work faster, upgrade my crypt. Or I could upgrade these, which make the most sense to me. Let's upgrade my tabernacle finally. It's been about 10,000 years. Oh my gosh. Alright. That's pretty easy to make, actually. Let's make another level 1 one. By the arch. And for the sake of argument, I'll make a second offering plate by the arch, too. Oh, no. That would be a good spot for this. That's funny. Do it. I'll eat the cauliflower. Let's see what happens. Boom. Cauliflower gives me a blue heart. Fine with that. Alright. I'm gonna be gone, make some wood. We don't have a second guy because he is resting still? God damn. You guys are plugging away. Things are going alright. Here, I'm going to pop these in. Make sure you're capped off, and I'll be away for a while. Just going to make a bunch of these. Or they have something to eat all gone. Because I got no downside for that right now. Oh, well. Fuck me. He's level 2. I'm not going to bother. He came in and showed up, and I'm going to put him in the compost bin. Because we always need more poop. You know what I mean? We always need more poop. And no one knew him, so... He stayed here, that's part of the deal. You show up old, I will keep you here, it'll be great, and then when you die, you feed my plants and let us live a healthy life. Yep. I'm gonna do this too. 2 down. Go for 9. Architect to the gods. I once built cathedrals whose spires kiss the sky. Bring me gold bars and I shall expand your dominion. Oh shit. I can make a bigger cult. Alright. Anyway, back to the story. Because for now, that's what we're working on before I have to get off here. So, I'd like to finish the 3rd chapter. First, I got 1, immune to poison. Okay. Went down to half a heart. All enemies will be dealt 2 damage. Cool if I get there. Attack rate increased to 1.5. Awesome. Dagger, not my favorite, but okay. And Death's Attendant. It's got a critical line. I just can't hit it to save my life. That was way too low. Let me see this. Still the thing knows that. I don't know. I'm not good. Hello again, slut. What now? More sickness? Well, I've never died, so... Except for the one time. Yeah, I didn't do it. You're scared, bitch. Okay, so all the trash talk immediately died. What happened? You were so confident before. It seems like you help me, but hurt me. Dude, I'd love that fish, but I don't think a lot of notes. It's still dinky daggy. There, I got one. Many boneses. I found the boneses room. Up or right? I feel like right is probably not. So left or right. Up is funny little worm things, and right is funny little worms. So, the lantern. Crystals. I think there's stuff here. These ones don't have the thing on them. They're just standard guide. Okay, so I guess it was some special elite sort of thing? Yeah, like that. I'm still learning. Blah, blah. Pretty. I'll put it by my healing station because I think that's funny. Let's go see what that room was. Oh. Wow, that's the first time that's happened. Has he been that rare? Then I'm definitely doing good with this fleece. It's the first time I've seen try to spawn a room for him since I put this fucking thing on. I thought he just wasn't, like, gonna show with me wearing it. He's there. Either that or it's like a story thing I'm missing. I should take this off so I can see what happens. Maybe. That's also possible. Follower or mystery? Well, they both lead to this, but this gives me money for food. Oh, this is a big mess. I mean, this is the most interesting one, and it's not even close, so fine. Anchor Deep was once a safe place. I will take you, strange water hippo. Now, harvest your bones. Your town will never be seen again because it's a bunch of sunken ships mostly. I mean, I guess you could live there. I don't know your life. Alright, what do we got? Chest drop, food, not gold. Okay, that's a different one. We'll see what happens. You got me. You proud of yourself? Cauliflower. Yeah, I was like saying I need more stuff I can make, so. Alright. Secondary music didn't stand out to me at all. I'm liking this one's. Got a vibe to it I appreciate. Damn! Go! So I'd take fleece that does something like this too. I'd absolutely like, yeah, you just get more food. Hell yeah, I'll take crabs and shit. Crabs are rare. Crabs are good. I love that you can knock these guys out. That makes me so happy. Oh, but they don't break the jellyfish? That's a bummer. I thought I just scored some serious meat. Alright. Hello, new guy. Limbo.
Come on, D.
That's right. As long as me ship's afloat and Plimbo's open for business.
Babu.
If Wet Sea Whistle come down to me sanctuary, plenty of fine, legally acquired goods. Ha that's a pirate laugh, but like, I can hear your voice. It's by the word sanctuary. Nice. I needed that for a different thing. Cool. New map open. New place to look. New shit to do. Broke all your crap. Whoa! You missed, but like, cool, I guess. Oh, jeez. You show that wall who's boss. Damn. It's a zigzaggy ass man. Bitch. Wish I was hitting more of these guys. I didn't see you. I can upgrade. It's just a 1-1 upgrade. That's just a straight up upgrade. Sure. Do this. Eesh. That heart gone? No, it's still there. Okay, good to know. It's just not gone to the right way, rather. It was a test. Don't want to do that one. Well, maybe I do, because it's... Ish. Alright, nice little pile of stuff. Sure. Do the risk reward one. If I can kill them quickly, I'm usually alright. Better get the fish. stab deal damage to all enemies. I don't need that. You like me now, sluts? Getting better. Also attention. Also hungry. Eat something here in a bit. I really want to finish this little section of the plot. It gives me stuff to do offline. And the game is addicting, and I want to do that. They're going like shit being maxed out. I don't like these. These are scary. Whoa! Hello. Are you serious? Oh, you got disease heart. Enjoy. Arrow back by hitting it with the dagger. Is that I feel like it's happened before, but I thought I was imagining it. A lot of stuff, though. That was what I was worried about that whole time. Don't like that. It fucks me up. Damn it. I mean, we're still mostly full. It just sucks. Shit. I got some good food out of the run, though. You know? Oh, I actually had 3 combat sections. I usually do not. Excuse me? That was fun. Crazy, but fun. I think that you can't catch them as they're starting to float away. Fine. My versions of us. The hammer. Just do a critical hit. Mind you, with that. Fuck it. Let's go. I'm not getting any more of those fucking jellyfish, I'm sure. No, I mean, maybe. I don't know. The way this works is kind of funky. Try the other thing, heavy, but I don't think it works well for that either. I'm saying there's not a world where I can figure it out. Not what Hammer specializes in. Hammer specializes in get rid. That's what the Hammer specializes in. They had it a couple times. It's not a common for me. It's fun enough. It's just I can't handle it differently. We call this the PSO shuffle. Dash smack, dash smack, dash smack, dash smack. It's viable. Not good, it's viable. These are new. There's the ending. What's up here? lantern. Lots of crystals. And I'm gonna call it a beaver. Ooh, nice beaver. 3 hearts is not a perfect world, but I am fucking around with a hammer, so I don't feel too bad. Let's go see how much damage we do to a boss with this thing. Probably a fair bit. Ballsabub. Oh, there are 2 names at once. Yeah, quite a bit. And he, careful, he spits. Yeah, that works very well. Freeze and smash. Sucks to be you, homeboy. Sure, man. More cauliflower, a blueprint. Let's do the blueprint. I think we got a lot of food that time. That one's kind of dumb. Whatever. That should be someone's favorite. It's like Pokemon. Like, that sucks. It's like, that's my favorite one. Something is always someone's favorite. That's the secret. I like a lot of stuff people think sucks. I'm a Sonic fan. Oh, that worked. One more and I can go fight the guy. It'll finally be done with storytelling. I'll go eat now. Wow, it's a lot of bones. And poop. Alright. Boom. How do you like me now? Delicious. Turns out being hungry makes me strong. Until it makes me weak. Those are the ones. Meeting an Andy's meant to be something. Oh, it's good. I love Andy's bit. It's a weakness. Help. The help. Send Andy's mint. Oh, hey, I should kiss my spouse. As a punishment, if you say no, they just don't believe in you anymore. Like, you kind of have to. More devotion. I should not touch the men's 100. Oh no. Alright. We're starting to get up the list here. Mind you, Woolhaven, own tab. Oh my. Myrna. It's not a bad hippo color. Just for some reason I had a hard time even seeing her. Maybe what she needs is more of this. Oh. Yeah, I'll give you some red. I like that one. Edible royal pooper. All poops are golden. Haven't had that in a hot minute. That's a good one, actually. Believe it or not, that is great. Golden poop is great. We like golden poop. What the hell do you do? Trees. I think there's a bunch of those around.
Shalamangkaya. Ah. Ah.
Evil yellow bushman, no forth. It's getting late. We must do this step. Why not? Let's bump coffee up.
ได้จะละมั้งคะชักกะลำไปอ่ะ
Yeah, girl, I'm eating all the Andes. They're really good. I keep saying it. They just make an Andes mint cream bar and lose my mind. I feel like they do, and I just never had it. I mean, it's gotta be out there.
ฮะ
I gotta do serving a bit so I can get mad. Okay. We have a new place to go, right? Like, damn. Still no fourth row, but we're getting there. Alright, someone wanted to marry my ass. I don't know what they see in the show. Marry someone else. I gotta feed my poor bitches. They're all hungry. Should probably assign a cook. That'd be smart. Look at that time party. It was nice. Keep that cycle flowing. Okay. Give me that, please. I missed that, but alright, there we go. I think that's why this pumpkin doesn't get harvested. It just attracts stuff every night. It's something about the poo that he used. I don't know. I'll take it though. Check for spies. Wow, things seem pretty okay.
Kalam ba yan, no? Oh.
we have some snow. Let's go check this new place out, shall we? Oh. Alright, Smuggler's Sanctuary. Here we go. Oh, we got new tarot cards and this guy.
Yeehaw.
Ooh, listen, Mutton Chop, you owe me a ship.
Biddle-a-boo.
Bishops are a nasty piece of work, but they do a good enough job keeping the waterways open and trade flowing around
Love
here.
you. Bop-bop.
When you go around killing them, it opens up the gates for all sorts of monster species, starts sinking my star.
Bow-da-boo-de,
Scary
bow-da.
things they beat with gnashing teeth and odoriferous stinks that face could curdle milk. Just like me mother-in-law.
Bow-da-boo-de.
Each time a bishop dies, a nasty beast called a witness takes its place. Lucky for you, Plimbo knows folk will pay a pretty penny for the eye of a witness.
Come on,
I got 2.
D.
Yeah, I literally have 2.
Boo. Love you. Bop-bop-boosh.
These creatures and others to see and stood in silent judgment for millennia, just like me mother-in-law.
Bow-da.
Here, take this. Found it on me travels. Means not to me, but a crown bear might have some use for it. 3 more to go. Really, and changing your accent every time we talk. There's another. Plimbo's starting to see your appeal.
Boo.
Truly, safety and security is something Plimbo takes seriously, especially in me line of business.
Love you.
I can never bow me head to another, so I don't think you'll be able to convert old Plimbo. Only
Yeehaw.
2 more to go. Take this as a token of me thanks. No consistent voice for you. Sorry, bud. I'm too happy right now. Hey, there's another snap. I didn't even see that. I just hit the button. Like, something might be around. Trying to find... Hello? I bet that's where what's-his-name shows up. It says at night, but it's day now, so I missed that quote. Now, somewhere around here... Oh, do that. Want to find the missing Google. I thought it was here somewhere. What do we got? Wraith's Will.
Bow-da.
That was my tarot cards. Destroy breakable rocks on touch. Okay, I don't mind that. That's pretty cool. That's pretty helpful. My gamepad just decided it wasn't plugged in anymore. Okie dokie. You do that. Doo-doo-doo. 10% chance of healing when killing an enemy. Drop Iker when you roll. Ooh, okay. These are all really good. 40, 90. Yeah, we got it. We're doing it. We'll get the cards. Always get the cards, man. Drop Ichor when you roll. Hell yeah.
Biddle-a-boo.
Thanks for your patronage. 10% chance of healing.
Bow-da-boo-de-bow-da.
Golden. None of these particularly scream. I mean, I really want to know where the... I thought somewhere around here is one of the things I'm looking for. It could just... Hey, caught a crab. Oh! Not what I thought would happen. Okay. I now have crab. In here would make sense. But, oh well. Somewhere is an artifact I need to find. And also coming here at night looks like it's something important, so keep that in mind. actually did raise it. Never actually caught him doing it before. Talk to me, dude. That's why I don't worry too much about XP. It's like, here's stuff to make it raise faster. I don't think that's an issue right now. I think I'm good. Actually, I have a whole raising XP quickly thing. I'm gonna do this still lurking about. See what we can do with what we got right there. Ooh. This gives me seeds too. Like they do pay you back somewhat with the gardening. Good view. It's about time. Over. It's just the crown of poopy. I know, Ma. Just see my face. Man, please. I'll do it. I'm gonna make Weber a disciple too. Why not? Might immediately hit old age after. Oh, fuck you. 99. I'll do it. I mean, fuck it. You know? He's level 12. Let's do it. Let's make him stronger. Do the bonfire to make them happy. I need to tuck and go to the area for not wrap the stream up that far, but we'll see. Good. What's that? Thanks for the money. Where's the germs? It says there's germs. It says there's a lot of germs. Cooked. This is back on the antennas. That's just a really good one. Bed at least.
Calo, plato, pancate, pacale, toto.
Well, I'll wait gold bars. I didn't even read how many won. Well, I just gave him a bunch of something. Here come the weird normal people. It is a poor idea, but alas. There's no shame in weeping. It is a great pleasure to build once more. Alright. I shape son of my will. Bring me gold bars and I'll see if the earth still bends to my touch. Okay, he needs 18, so yes. He's a lot. That's okay. I didn't need that right now. Let's eat something, eh? Can we get out of it? Yeah, that dude stole money. No. I'm doing really well. Having someone who's nocturnal doing the prayers is honestly very helpful itself. You can upgrade my flames level 3. I need a more key yet. What's this? Propaganda speaker is nice. Basic decorations. Missionary seems like something I should have by now. Screw it. I'm not gonna do it right away, but it's there. It's nighttime. There should be something I'm gonna do. Right? That's not the right one. That was the wrong one. Well, I can get a couple of stories from there. Okay, we're good. Hello again. I am meet again. We meet again. A beautiful night, is it not? Does your cold flourish? Yes. Are they devoted? Are they strong? You know what they say, the best thing a follower can do is follow. How about another deal? I'm afraid the hunting tonight is sparse. Too many predators, not enough prey. Give me a follower, I'll give you something in return. Follower cannot be resurrected. I don't have that ritual anyway. Eat them as spells. Oh, bail spell, I guess. I don't know. Scary. You're usually worth it, yeah. So. Cool. That's not one of him done. Another person is old as shit. Well, it's time for another sermon. Then I'm gonna go out and do the hunt, as it were. About time to do that. Wrap this bitch. I'm not pushing too hard on this right now. But I've filled up most of the damn thing. So. The curses are unlocked. It's just weapon masteries. There's something around that's dirty. Oh my god! Who died? Holy shit! Literally. Damn! Dude! That was, impressive. Jeez. Don't worry, I got you. Got some food for you. There you go. Got quite a lot of fertilizer for a change. It's very different. Already programmed. You are petable. Where my giraffe go? Well, you probably spend all your time in the mines or something. I see you. Thankless work, I'm afraid. Mostly because I just forget it exists. Sorry. That cycle going. Let's party. Let's get this over with. I'm gonna eat before bed and everything still. Boom. I need to do a confession. I'm a fool. Oh well. 10 rooms. Good. My attack rate, weapon damage increase just in general. Contact when hit. Wow. Alright. 2 extra lights. Find satisfaction elsewhere. You will not cross the threshold of my temple. Stupid. Both of the crown. Alright, I like that. Alright, high damage, but it's a dagger. Little fish. Hard to sit there and mock me. Okay. Damage ain't a bad deal, I don't want it. It just negates the entire main drawback of the deck. I love that shit. Oh yeah, no, the trap kill is fun. Love when the trap kill happens. Makes me feel tonight. But these dudes are... Tries to dodge, it said, owies. And this range is what you do with that. A little sequence face. I like it. I don't know if these are... I like these. Not anchors, those little lanterns. Playing like shit. Playing like dog shit. What? I said it was mocking me by putting the heart at the start. Let's see if it's still there. Why not? Learning experience. How far away can I get still playing that? Pretty far, apparently. Alright. That makes you feel a little better. Joy hell. Have a dragon. Just a dragon. Straight up dragon. Dragon these nuts. Gotta go face on these nuts. Yeah. Question mark, question mark. Various food, which I do like. Question marks lead to a follower, lead to a guaranteed relic. Now that leads to a follower shot, so it's going to be Spider Guy. At 50-50 to get it, which I don't like. That's a lot of combat. So I'm feeling 50-50 question mark. Let's go. They could be anything. Mid boss? It's first. That's a lot of hearts. Alright. Cool. Have a free reset there, why not? Free follower. I'm trying. We worship you, Calamar, and hope that you will find us worthy of good health and long lives. Those guys. I want to interrupt it. There's been so many things. I cannot interrupt that. Cannot accept it. Unacceptable. You bones. You ugly little bones. Rescue this elephant. Yes. Alright. We get artifact. I think. Uses time for a short duration. Okay. Okay. There we go. I'm fighting the third real bossy boss. Okay, damn, it's being nice to me. I'm in real trouble right now with typical run-of-the-mill parts department. Let's get real trouble. That's cool. Hi, what are you doing here? Yup. Calmo is always frightened of the Red Crown. Yes, fear made a coward of him. My door is next to be knocked upon. Knock, knock, the land comes to raise. End of days, end of days. You just, you speak rhymes. We got a little preview looking at spiders. Explains everything about your door. And I'll go down. You're alright. Almost done. I learned. I backed off. And learned. These dudes are nerds. They don't harm them for no reason. Touch of Revenant tears over and release a horde of ghosts. I'll take the horde of ghosts. Thank you. Hello. Little bitches I can knock away a block with looking aerial. Go lay down. Almost done. Okay, that. Kill them when I want. Jellyfish. Fish. Fish. It's a word I know how to say with my mouth. Fish. Oh, alright. We're burning. But that's okay. I'm gonna beat this. I'll be done for now. This was my goal. Done for now. Treat. Go to bed and forget it. Grass is cool. I'm gonna break the grass. I'm a grass breaker. What's up, homie? Insignificant quitter. You will learn your place. You do not understand. I got his voice consistent. Lamb, heed my warning and stay away. I'm very scaly. Are you away from me? Be scaly. I want this. Alright. We got some weapons. I have this. Apparently I managed to get hit anyway. Oh my god! What? Alright. Someday I need to beat you without taking damage. Today is not that day. Thank you, tentacles. Jesus Christ. Just sudden onset bullet hell. Gotcha. Mine. Fuck. Brute forced that dude, man. Oh, jeez. Three down. Good bag of money. Oh, it was scary. I've unlocked a new building. Excuse me, I'm just gonna grab all these bones. I love bones. Bones are delicious and yummy. Like a dog on bones. Fun's the non-believers. Barely got shit, but look at all these bones and just the money. Smallest loot window I've ever seen. Oh yeah, hi. You and the cat.
It's always a coward. This land is a better place now that his pathetic, sniveling carcass is nothing more than a mound of rotting flesh. Soon I shall be freed and the world be made in my image.
I'm gonna dethrone you.
All will pledge themselves to the cult. All will bow to him.
Of course. Suffering shall turn to triumph. That which once did perish shall now pray. Okay. My stuff broke. Good talk, Revolver. It was level 13. Crazy action. Dude, I want to access my chest, and they're just in the way. I just wanted to claim my shit. Thank you. How productive we've been. Boy, look how productive we've been indeed. You guys are busy. Yo, look at that. Boom. My farm's doing good. This pleases me. I'm a fussy baby. Fussy. Scared.
Never seen dump up. Dump up, run amongst my body.
Let's see. Okay, that is concerning. Oh, they're cutting trees. Good for them.
Yeah, put them on my body.
Yeah. No, that is weird. Dedicate myself to you. You are scared of germs, and you ignore dissenters. Good for you. Elephant. You break rocks until you're bored, then you can do this shit. Putting my shit in, getting my stuff set, having a good time, everyone loves it. That should be enough to do some decent building later. This needs... Do logs fill up faster? Oh yeah, okay. That. Do this real quick. Weber, why not? You're high level. Gotta do the preaching before it cuts me off.
Shalom kampana,
We'll cut me off a bit, you'll see. And sermon, please. Someday I'll have a fourth row, and then what? I'll show you. I'll show you all. Crown! We now have one of these. When killed, you can sacrifice someone to be resurrected. Get a bonus diseased heart started. I'll do that. I haven't died yet. Had some clumsy ass runs. You just saw that, boss. I haven't died yet. It's not a huge factor. What? What? What the fuck? Okay. Oh, okay. Crown Bearer, how wonderful to finally speak. You have come far, farther than they know. Crown Bearer, judge of what is right and wrong. Absolute is your word. Their duty is to follow. They offer you their loyalty and devotion. It is not enough. I can feel their sin seep from their souls. Harvest it, gather it, and use it. Lead them into depravity and the stinking mud of vile repudiation. Their sin is yours. Absolves them, exculpate them? Exculpate them? What is that? I'll have to. Deliver them. I gift you these tools for the task. Hello. Oh, new toys.
Okay, so you're talking to the serpent.
Yep, they say sin is for the gods to judge. Do not forget that you are their god. Their souls are yours to damn and save. Go, I will never be far. You can now know how sinful a follower is being. Once they have sinned enough, they will become consumed by it. Dissolve these followers and harvest their sin, which can be used to improve your temple and more. Generate sin through rituals, opening the drink house, and dancing at the drum circle. Okay. I'll be honest. That surprised me. Oh? Oh shit! Those who sin shall be forgiven. I finally don't use these on. In which expression of freedom is the greater sin lie? Rite of lust. Followers compete in a naughty naked dance. Select your favorite dancer to receive sin. Okay. Rite of Wrath. Let your followers indulge in having violent... Oh, Chaos or Horny? Those are two of my favorite things!
Rite of Lust, bitch!
Yeah, I'm worried Rite of Wrath is I'm gonna beat the shit out of each other, and then I'm gonna beat down followers, and that's like the opposite of what I've been trying to achieve all night. Let there be Horn Dog. Okay, we got the Rite of Lust. Followers compete in a naughty naked dance. Select your favorite dancer to receive sin. Alright, here we go. Gotta pick our favorite dancer. Probably the old one. Just because it's funny. Oh, okay, bye. La 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 la.
Look how they're all naked.
Yeah.
Do they all have TVs?
No, they're all wearing little leaves over their crotch. Is Rivali my favorite dancer? Because he's usually my favorite something. He is the disciple. He is the eldest disciple. He's also very hungry. I should probably feed my guys. The sin grew within me. I yearned for more to be consumed. But you have granted me redemption, and now I'm at peace again. Thank you. Okay. They're all butt naked in my temple. Okay. Decorate Richard's Hallways with me. Also, please be reminded of your busted. But no, temple upgrades are purely decorative. A simple wooden icon. Okay. Purely decorative, but I can make my temple prettier, you say, with my sin. Look what I can do! Well, that does look nicer, though. And now we have a sin doctrine. Whole new tab. Something to do. Alright, cool. Enjoy frolicking in the nude! They're all mad they got woken up in the middle of the night for the Rite of Lust. You're not that mad, are you? Let's be real about this. They're still all naked. They're still naked. They get to stay naked. They're just skipping around in the nude. Okay. Sure, man. Why not? Oh, we need more meat. I have lots of fish. The music's different. Playing a new song for the naked frolicking. Sin is a separate meter. Oh my gosh. The Rite of Lust. There's nothing like feeling the breeze on your stomach. Oh, you got sick. You did not like the seafood. Hi, you should go rest for a bit. Yes, naked. This is a very good game. Yeah, it's time. It is. I'm done. I was just trying to send Sicky to bed. Did he do it? Is he going to bed? Is he being a good boy and going to bed? Okay. I think we're okay. Awesome. And we've unlocked horrible, unholy behaviors. So we can do the drink house, generate sin. Drum circle. Perform at the drum circle and let the rhythmic beats tempt the faithful, generate sin. Mating tent. If they wish to make an egg together, cost sins. Also unlocks the hatchery. So they need to generate sin before this is useful. but it will let us make the fucking. Drink house 2. Okay, so drink house is probably the smart one because it's AFK. Right? Excellent. Okay, cool. Don't mind me. I'm just gonna... This, missionary. I'm not doing that right now. I like them alive. Drink house. Cost wine, hops, grapes, hops, and wood. Only built once. Next to the graveyard, you can really consider your problems. Next to the farms? That makes a level of sense, right? Boom, do that. Okay, we got a drink house. What you doing, guys? They reordered my list, and I don't like that. I don't know how long they'll be naked for. I hope Twitch doesn't get mad.
Why would Twitch get mad?
Naked.
You have little leaves over the
You can see butts sometimes. Funny little butts. Which is weird. I can't see him. Thank you. Okay. Collected my shit. Alright. I need to... Oh, they're all just doing worship instead of working. That's the catch. Okay. It's fine for now. Hello. Before you brought me in your cult, my sister and I were separated when traveling through Anchor Deep. I will do that later. I will do that. Then I'll marry you marry her as well. Yes. Yes, marry the bunnies. Marry the bunnies. Then unlock the lust chamber. Excellent. Okay, we're good though. We're done for now. Thank you everyone for joining me. I need to let my wife go to sleep. She has writing in the morning, so we need to be polite and give her room. So we're gonna do that. Thank you for hanging out with me. And it says there's still 5 of you, which is wild to me. Considering the time and all that. Mostly regulars, but hey. Tomorrow is probably Pixel streaming, unless I feel like dog shit. Well, actually, wait. No, tomorrow's Monday. No, tomorrow.
Tuesday.
I have a physical tomorrow. I let that slip my mind for a little bit. Now it's back. Okay, well, we'll see how it goes. Probably Pixel in the evening. I need to work on Skebs and open up the slots to the public, so we'll probably do that. Thanks for hanging out. I'll see you over there later. Night.